I know now how the mouse feels under the air pump." "What's that?" queried Saunders. "A cruel ploy not worth speaking of," continued the Stickit Minister. "Well, I found something in my throat when I tried to thank him. But I came my ways home to the Dullaghg, and night and day I considered what was to be done, with so much to do and so little time to do it. It was clear that both Harry and me could not gang through the college on the little my Father had left. So late one night I saw my way clear to what I should do. Harry must go, I must stay. I must come home to the farm, and be my own man. Then I could send Harry to the college to be a doctor, for he had no call to the ministry as once I thought I had. More than that, it was laid on me to tell Jessie London that Robert Fraser was no better than a machine set to go 5 year. Now all these things I did, Saunders, but there's no use telling you what they cost in the doing. They were right to do, and they were done. I do not repent any of them. I would do them all over again were they to do, but it's been bitterer than I thought." The Stickit Minister took his head off his hand and leaned wearily back in his chair. "The story went over the country that I had failed in my examinations, and I never said that I had not. But there were some that knew better who might have contradicted the report if they had liked. I settled down to the farm, and I put Harry through the college, sending all but a bare living to him in Edinburgh. I worked the work of the farm, rain and shine, ever since, and have been for these 6 years the Stickit Minister that all the world kens the day." Whiles Harry did not think that he got enough. He was always writing for more, and not so very pleased when he did not get it. "He was aye different to me, ye ken, Saunders, and he canna be judged by the same standard as you and me." "I ken," said Saunders MQ, a spark of light lying in the quiet of his eyes. "Well," continued Robert Fraser, lightened by Saunders's apparent agreement, "the time came when he was clear from the college, and wanted a practice. He had been ill-advised that he had not got his share of the farm, and he wanted it selled to share and share alike. Now I kenned, and you ken, Saunders, that it's no worth much in one share let alone 2. So I got the place quietly bonded, and bought him old Dr. Aitke's practice in Cairn Edward with the money. I have tried to do my best for the lad, for it was laid on me to be my brother's keeper. He doesna come here much," continued Robert, "but I think he's not so ill against me as he was. Saunders, he waved his hand to me when he was gone by the day." "That was kind of him," said Saunders MQ. Was it no?" said the Stickit Minister, eagerly, with a soft look in his eyes as he glanced up at his brother's portrait in cap and gown, which hung over the china dogs on the mantelpiece. "I got my notice this morning that the bond is to be called up in November," said Robert. "So I'll be obliged to flit." Saunders MQ started to his feet in a moment. "Never," he said, with the spark of fire alive now in his eyes, "never as lang as there's a beast on Drumk Hat, or a pound in Cairn Edward Bank," bringing down his clenched fist upon the Milton on the table. "No, Saunders, no," said the Stickit Minister, very gently, I thank the Lammas preaching by S.R. Crockett, and I further intimate, said the minister, that I will preach this evening at Cordshaw's, and my text will be from the 9th chapter of the book of Ecclesiastes and the 10th verse, whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. Save us, said Janet MacTaggart, he's clean forgotten if it be the Lord's vull. Maybe he'll be forgone whether it's his vull or no, he's a sair masterfu man, the minister, but he comes frae the Mashars, and kens little aboot the jealous God we ha among the hills o' Galloway. The eastern lowlands of Wigtonshire. The minister continued, in the same high, level tone in which he did his preaching. There are a number of sluggards who lay the weight of their own laziness on the Almighty, saying, I am a worm and no man, how should I strive with my Maker, whenever they are at strife with their own sluggishness. There will be a word for all such this evening at the farm town of Cordshaw's, presently occupied by Gilbert M. Kissack, public worship to begin at 7 o'clock. The congregation of Bairnsick Kirk tumbled amicably over its own heels with eagerness to get into the kirkyard in order to settle the momentous question, what spack was he on the day? Robert Kirk, Carsithorne, had a packet of peppermint lozenges in the crown of his lum hat, deponed to by Elizabeth Douglas Orr, in Barnbogrie, whose husband, Whelan Barr, put on the hat of the aforesaid Robert Kirk by mistake for his own, whereupon the peppermints fell to the floor and rolled under the pews in most unseemly fashion. Elizabeth Kirk is of opinion that this should be brought to the notice of session, she herself always taking her peppermint while genteelly wiping her mouth with the corner of her handkerchief. Robert Kirk, on being put to the question, admits the fact, but says that it was his wife put them there to be near her hand. The minister, however, ready with his word, brought him to shame by saying, "Oh Robert, Robert, that was just what Adam said, the woman thou gavest me, she gave me to eat." The aforesaid Robert Kirk thinks that it is meddling with the original Hebrew to apply this to peppermints, and also says that Elizabeth Kirk is an impudent besom, and furthermore that, as all the country well knows, here the chronicler omits much matter actionable in the civil courts of the realm. Janet, said the minister to his housekeeper, I am to preach tonight at Cordshaw's on the text, whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might. I ken, said Janet, I saw it on your desk. I pat it a blow the clock for fear the vans o' heaven mit blaw it awa like chaff, and you couldna do wanting it. Janet MacTaggart, said the minister, tartly, bring in the dinner, and do not meddle with what does not concern you. Janet could not abide read sermons, her natural woman rose against them. She knew, as she had said, that God was a jealous God, and, with regard to the minister, she looked upon herself as his vice-regent. He's young and terrible Ramstam and opinionated, fuo biglia, but we little gracious experience. For that, the root o' the maters in him, said Janet, not unhappily. I'm gone to preach at Cordshaw's, and my text's whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might, said the minister to the precentor that afternoon, on the man's doorstep. The Lord's no in a his thoughts. I'll gang wi' the lad, missel, said the precentor. Now, Galloway is so much out of the world that the Almighty has not there lifted his hand from reward and punishment, from guiding and restraining, as he has done in big towns where everything goes by machinery. Man may say that there is no God when he only sees a handbreadth of smoky heaven between the chimney pots, but out on the fields of oats and bear, and up on the screes of the hillsides, where the mother granite sticks her bleaching ribs through the heather, men have reached great assurance on this and other matters. The burns were running red with the mighty July rain when Douglas MacLellan started over the meadows and moors to preach his sermon at the farm town of Cawdshaws. He had thanked the Lord that morning in his opening prayer for the bounteous rain wherewith he had seen meet to refresh his weary heritage. His congregation silently acquiesced, for what said they? Could a man from the Mashars be expected to ken about meadow hay? When the minister and the precentor got to the foot of the manse loaning, they came upon the parish ne'er-do-weel, Ibai Kurgan, who kept himself in employment by constantly scratching his head, trying to think of something to do, and whose clothes were constructed on the latest sanitary principles of ventilation. The ruins of Ibai's hut were usually tipped over one eye for enlarged facilities of scratching in the rear. "If it's your vull, minister, I'll come to hear ye the nisht." "It's drawing to mere rain, I'm thinking," said the Scarecrow. "I hope the discourse may be profitable to you, Ebenezer, for, as I intimated this morning, I am to preach from the text, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might.'" Minister, said Ibai, relieving his right hand, and tipping his hat over the other eye to give his left free play. So the three struck over the fields, making for the thorn tree at the corner, where Robert Kirkstake dipped into the standing water of the meadow. "Do you think ye can manage it, Maester MacLellan?" said the precentor. "Ye're what halfway up the leg already. And there's 6 feet o' black moss water in the lane burn as sure as I'm a leavin' Saul," added Ibai Kurgan. "I'm to preach at Cawdshaws, and my text is, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might,'" said the minister, stubbornly glooming from under the eaves of his eyebrows as the swarthy men from the Mashars are wont to do. His companions said no more. They came to Camelon Lane, where usually Robert Kirk had a leaping pole on either bank to assist the traveller across, but both poles had gone down the water in the morning to look for Robert's meadow hay. "Tak care, Maester MacLellan, ye'll be in deep water afore ye ken. Oh man, ye had far better turn." The precentor stood up to his knees in water on what had once been the bank, and wrung his hands. But the minister pushed steadily ahead into the turbid and sluggish water. "I canna come, oh, I canna come, for I'm a man that has a family." "It's no your work, stay where ye are," cried the minister, without looking over his shoulder. "But as for me, I'm intimated to preach this night at Cawdshaws, and my text," here he stepped into a deep hole, and his text was suddenly shut within him by the gurgle of moss water in his throat. His arms rose above the surface like the black spars of a windmill. But Ibai Kurgan sculled himself swiftly out, swimming with his shoeless feet, and pushed the minister before him to the further bank, the water gushing out of rents in his clothes as easily as out of the gills of a fish. The minister stood with unshaken confidence on the bank. He ran peat water like a spout in a thunder plump, and black rivulets of dye were trickling from under his hat down his brow and dripping from the end of his nose. "Then you'll not come any farther," he called cross to the precentor. "I canna, oh, I canna, though I'm most awfu' vullin. Kirsty wad never forgie me gin I was to droon. Then I'll have to raise the tune myself, though 3 times Kilmarnock is a pity," said the minister, turning on his heel and striding away through the shallow sea, splashing the water as high as his head with a kind of headstrong glee which seemed to the precentor a direct defiance of Providence. Ibai Kurgan followed 6 steps behind. The support of the precentors lay semi-equality taken from him. He began to regret that he had come, and silently and ruefully plunged along after the minister through the waterlogged meadows. They came in time to the foot of Robert Kirk's March Dyke, and skirted it 100 yards upward to avoid the deep pool in which the Laneburn waters were swirling. The minister climbed silently up the 7-foot dyke, pausing a second on the top to balance himself for his leap to the other side. As he did so, Ibai Kurgan saw that the dyke was swaying to the fall, having been weakened by the rush of water on the farther side. He ran instantly at the minister, and gave him a push with both hands which caused Mr. McClellan to alight on his feet clear of the falling stones. The dyke did not so much fall outward as settle down on its own ruins. Ibai fell on his face among the stones with the impetus of his own eagerness. He arose, however, quickly, only limping slightly from what he called a bit chack on the leg between 2 stones. "That was a merciful providence, Ebenezer," said the minister, solemnly. "I hope you are duly thankful." "Dod, I am that," replied Ibai, scratching his head vigorously with his right hand and rubbing his leg with his left. "Gin I hadna gien ye that dunch, ye mit ha preachin' nane at Court Shaw's this nisht." They now crossed a fairly level clover field, dark and laid with wet. The scent of the clover rose to their nostrils with almost overpowering force. There was not a breath of air. The sky was blue and the sun shining. Only a sullen roar came over the hill, sounding in the silence like the rush of a train over a faraway viaduct. "What is that?" queried the minister, stopping to listen. Ibai took a brisk sidelong look at him. "I'm some dootsome that'll be the Skirriburn coming doon AFFO Cairns Mooie." The minister tramped unconcernedly on. Ibai Kurgan stared at him. "He canna ken what a Skirriburn warnin' is. He'll be thinking it's some bit Mashaw's burn that the laddies set their hurly mills in. But he'll turn ritench when he sees Skirriburn roarin' reed in a Lammas flood, I'm thinking." They took their way over the shoulder of the hill in the beautiful evening, leaning eagerly forward to get the first glimpse of the cause of that deep and resonant roar. In a moment they saw below them a narrow rock-walled gully, 10 or 15 yards across, filled to the brim with rushing water. It was not black peat water like the Camelon Lane, but it ran red as keel, flecked now and then with a revolving white blur as one of the Court Shaw's sheep spun downward to the sea, with 4 black feet turned pitifully up to the blue sky. Ibai looked at the minister. He'll turn new if he's mortal, he said. But the minister held on. He looked at the water up and down the roaring stream. On a hill above, the farmer of Cordshaws, having driven all his remaining sheep together, sat down to watch. Seeing the minister, he stood up and excitedly waved him back. But Douglas MacLellan from the Marshals never gave him a look, and his shouting was of less effect than if he had been crying to an untrained collie. The minister looked long up the stream, and at a point where the rocks came very close together, and many stunted pines were growing, he saw one which, having stood on the immediate brink, had been so much undercut that it leaned over the gully like a fishing rod. With a keen glance along its length, the minister, jamming his dripping soft felt hat on the back of his head, was setting foot on the perilous slope of the uneven red-brown trunk, when Ibi Kurgan caught him sharply by the arm. "It's no for me to speak to a minister at ordinary times," he stammered, gathering courage in his desperation, "but, oh, man, it's fair murder to try to gang ower that water." The minister wrenched himself free, and sprang along the trunk with wonderful agility. "I'm intimated to preach at Cordshaws this night, and my text is, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might,'" he shouted. He made his way up and up the slope of the fir tree, which, having little grip of the rock, dipped and swayed under his tread. Ibi Kurgan fell on his knees and prayed aloud. He had not prayed since his stepmother boxed his ears for getting into bed without saying his prayers 20 years ago. This had set him against it. But he prayed now, and to infinitely more purpose than his minister had recently done. But when the climber had reached the branchy top, and was striving to get a few feet farther, in order to clear the surging Lynn before he made his spring, Ibi rose to his feet, leaving his prayer unfinished. He sent forth an almost animal shriek of terror. The tree roots cracked like breaking cables and slowly gave way, an avalanche of stones plumped into the whirl, and the top of the fir crashed downwards on the rocks of the opposite bank. "Oh, man, call on the name of the Lord," cried Ibi Kurgan, the ragged preacher, at the top of his voice. Then he saw something detach itself from the tree as it rebounded, and for a moment rise and fall black against the sunset. Then Ibi the outcast fell on his face like a dead man. In the white covaulted room of the farm town of Cordshaws, a white-faced lad lay with his eyes closed, and a wet cloth on his brow. A large-boned, red-cheeked, motherly woman stole to and fro with a foot as light as a fairy. The sleeper stirred and tried to lift an unavailing hand to his head. The mistress of Cordshaws stole to his bedside as he opened his eyes. She laid a restraining hand on him as he strove to rise. "Let me up," said the minister, "I must away, for I'm intimated to preach at Cordshaws, and my text is, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might.'" "My bonny man," said the goodwife, tenderly, "you'll preach best on the broad o' your back this mony a day, and when ye rise your best text will be, 'He sent from above, he took me, and drew me out of many waters.'" An undergraduate's aunt by F. Arnstein, author of Vice Versa, etc. Frederick Flushington belonged to a small college, and in doing so conferred upon it one of the few distinctions it could boast, namely, that of possessing the very bashfulest man in the whole university. But his college did not treat him with any excess of adulation on that account, probably from a prudent fear of rubbing the bloom off his modesty. They allowed him to blush unseen, which was the condition in which he preferred to blush. He felt himself oppressed by a paucity of ideas and a difficulty in knowing which way to look in the presence of his fellow men, which made him never so happy as when he had fastened his outer door and secured himself from all possibility of intrusion, though it was almost an unnecessary precaution, for nobody ever thought of coming to see Flushington. In appearance he was a man of middle height, with a long scraggy neck and a large head, which gave him the air of being much shorter than he really was. He had little, weak eyes, a nose and mouth of no particular shape, and very smooth hair of no definite color. He had a timid, deprecating air, which seemed due to the consciousness that he was an uninteresting anomaly, and he certainly was as impervious to the ordinary influence of his surroundings as any undergraduate well could be. He lived a colorless, aimless life in his little rooms under the roof, reading every morning from 9 till 2 with a superstitiously mechanical regularity, though very often his books completely failed to convey any ideas whatever to his brain, which was not a particularly powerful organ. If the afternoon was fine he generally sought out his one friend, who was a few degrees less shy than himself, and they took a monosyllabic walk together, or if it was wet, he read the papers at the Union, and in the evening after hall he studied general literature, a graceful term for novels, or laboriously spelt out a sonata upon his piano, a habit which did not increase his popularity. Fortunately for Flushington, he had no GYP, or his life might have been made a positive burden to him, and with his bedmaker he was rather a favorite as a gentleman what gave no trouble, meaning that, when he observed his sherry unaccountably sinking, like the water in a lock when the sluices are up, Flushington was too delicate to refer to the phenomenon. He was sitting one afternoon over his modest lunch of bread and butter, potted meat and lemonade, when all at once he heard a sound of unusual voices and a strange flutter of dresses coming up the winding stone staircase outside, and was instantly seized with a cold dread. There was no particular reason for being alarmed, although there were certainly ladies mounting the steps. Probably they were friends of the man opposite, who was always having his people up, but still Flushington had that odd presentiment which nervous people have sometimes that something unpleasant is on its way to them, and he half rose from his chair to shut his outer oak. It was too late. The dresses were rustling now in his very passage. There was a pause, a few faint, smothered laughs and little feminine coughs, then 2 taps at the door. "Come in," cried Flushington, faintly. He wished he had been reading anything but the work by M. Zola, which was propped up in front of him. "It is your mild man, who frequently has a taste for seeing the less reputable side of life in this second-hand way," and Flushington would toil manfully through the voluminous pages, hunting up every third word in the dictionary, with a sense of injury when, as was often the case, it was not to be found. Still, there was a sort of intellectual orgy about it which had strong fascinations for him, while he knew enough of the language to be aware when the incidents approached the improper, though he was not always able to see quite clearly in what this impropriety consisted. The door opened, and his heart seemed to stop, and all the blood rushed violently to his head as a large lady came sweeping in, her face rippling with a broad smile of affection. She horrified Flushington, who knew nobody with the least claim to smile at him so expansively as that. He drank lemonade to conceal his confusion. "You know me, my dear Fred," she said, easily. "Of course not, how should you? For goodness sake, my dear boy, don't look so terribly frightened. I'm your Aunt Amelia, come over from Australia." The shock was a severe one to Flushington, who had not even known he possessed such a relative. He could only say, "Oh," which he felt even then was scarcely a warm greeting to give an aunt from the Antipodes. "Oh, but," she added, cheerily, "that's not all. I've another surprise for you. The dear girls would insist on coming up, to see their grand college cousin. They are just outside. I'll call them in, shall I?" In another second Flushington's small room was overrun by a horde of female relatives, while he looked on gasping. They were pretty girls, too, many of them, but that was all the more dreadful to him. He did not mind the plainer ones half so much. A combination of beauty and intellect reduced him to a condition of absolute imbecility. He was once caught and introduced to a charming young lady from Newnham, and all he could do was to back feebly into a corner and murmur "thank you" repeatedly. He was very little better than that then as his aunt singled out one girl after another. "We won't have any formal nonsense between cousins," she said. "You know them all by name already, I dare say. This is Milly, that's Jane, here's Flora, and Kitty, and Margaret, and that's my little Thomasina over there by the bookcase." Poor Flushington ducked blindly in the direction of each, and then to them all collectively. He had not presence of mind to offer them chairs or cake, or anything, and besides, there was not nearly enough of anything for all of them. Meanwhile, his aunt had spread herself comfortably out in his armchair, and was untying her bonnet strings and beaming at him until he was ready to expire with confusion. "I do think," she observed at last, "that when an old aunt all the way from Australia takes the trouble to come and see you like this, you might spare her just one kiss." Flushington dared not refuse. He tottered up and kissed her somewhere about the face, after which he did not know which way to look. He was so terribly afraid that he might have to go through the same ceremony with his cousins, which he simply could not have survived. Happily for him, they did not appear to expect it, and he balanced a chair on its hind legs and, resting one knee upon it, waited patiently for them to begin a conversation. He could not have uttered a single word. The aunt came to his rescue. "You don't ask after your Uncle Samuel, who used to send you the beetles," she said, reprovingly. "No," said Flushington, who had forgotten Uncle Samuel and his beetles, too. "No, how is Uncle Samuel? Quite well, I hope." "Only tolerably so, thank you, Fred. You see, he never got over his great loss. No, said Flushington desperately, of course not, it was a large sum of money to lose at once. I was not referring to money, said she, with a slight touch of stoniness in her manner. I was alluding to the death of your cousin John. Flushington had felt himself getting on rather well just before that, but this awkward mistake, for he could not recollect having heard of cousin John before, threw him off his balance again. He collapsed into silence once more, inwardly resolving to be lured into no more questions concerning relatives. His ignorance seemed to have aroused pathetic sentiments in his aunt. I ought to have known, she said, shaking her head. They'd soon forget us in the old country. Here's my own sister's son, and he doesn't remember his cousin's death. Well, well, now we're here, we must see if we can't know one another a little better. Fred, you must take the girls and me everywhere and show us everything, like a good nephew, you know. Flushington had a horrible mental vision of himself careering about all Cambridge, followed by a long procession of female relatives, a fearful possibility to so shy a man. Shall you be here long? He asked. Only a week or so. We're at the Bull very near you, you see, and I'm afraid you think us very bold beggars, Fred, but we're going to ask you to give us something to eat. I've set my heart, so have the girls, haven't you, dears, on lunching once with a college student in his own room. There's nothing so extraordinary in it, I assure you, protested Flushington, and I'm afraid there's very little for you to eat. The kitchen and buttery are closed, he said this at a venture, as he felt absolutely unequal to facing the college cook and ordering lunch from that tremendous personage. He would rather order it from his own tutor, even. But, if you don't mind potted ham, there's a little at the bottom of this tin, and there's some bread and an inch of butter, and marmalade, and a few biscuits. And there was some sherry this morning. The girls all professed themselves very hungry and contented with anything, so they sat around the table, and poor Flushington served out meagre rations of all the provisions he could find, even to his figs and French plums, but there was not nearly enough to go round, and they lunched with evident disillusionment, thinking that the college luxury of which they had heard so much had been greatly exaggerated. During luncheon the aunt began to study Flushington's features attentively. There's a strong look of poor, dear Simon about him when he smiles, she said, looking at him through her gold double glasses. There, did you catch it, girls? Just his mother's profile. Turn your face a little more towards the window, so as to get the light on your nose. Don't you see the likeness to your aunt's portrait, girls? And Flushington had to sit still with all the girls' charming eyes fixed critically upon his crimson countenance. He longed to be able to slide down under the table and evade them, but of course he was obliged to remain above. He's got dear Caroline's nose, the aunt went on triumphantly, and the cousins agreed that he certainly had Caroline's nose, which made Flushington feel vaguely that he ought at least to offer to return it. Presently one of the girls whispered to her mother, who laughed indulgently. What do you think this silly child wants me to ask you now, Fred? She said. She says she would so like to see what you look like with your college cap and gown on. Will you put them on, just to please her? So Flushington had to put them on and walk slowly up and down the room in them, feeling all the time what a dismal spectacle he was making of himself, while the girls were plainly disappointed, and remarked that somehow they had thought the academical costume more becoming. Then began a hotly maintained catechism upon his studies, his amusements, his friends and his mode of life generally, which he met with uneasy shiftings and short, timid answers that they did not appear to think altogether satisfactory. Indeed, the aunt, who by this time felt the potted ham beginning to disagree with her, asked him, with something of severity in her tone, whether he went to church regularly, and he said that he didn't go to church, but was always regular at chapel. On this she observed coldly that she was sorry to hear her nephew was a dissenter, and Flushington was much too shy to attempt to explain the misunderstanding. He sat quiet and felt miserable, while there was another uncomfortable pause. The cousins were whispering together and laughing over little private jokes, and he, after the manner of sensitive men, of course imagined they were laughing at him, and perhaps he was not very far wrong on this occasion. So he was growing hotter and hotter every second, inwardly cursing his whole race and wishing that his father had been a foundling, when there came another tap at the door. "Why, that must be poor old Sophie," said his aunt. "Fred, you remember old Sophie?" "No, you can't, you were only a baby when she came to live with us, but she'll remember you. She begged so hard to be taken, and so we told her she might come on here slowly after us. And then an old person in a black bonnet came feebly in, and was considerably affected when she saw Flushington. To think," she quavered, "to think as my dim old eyes should see the child I've nursed on my lap growed out into a college gentleman." And she hugged Flushington and wept on his shoulder till he was almost cataleptic with confusion. But as she grew calmer she became more critical. She confessed to a certain feeling of disappointment with Flushington. He had not filled out, she said, so fine as he'd promised to fill out. And when she asked if he recollected how he wouldn't be washed unless they put his little wooden horse on the washstand, and what a business it was to make him swallow his castor oil, it made Flushington feel like a fool. This was quite bad enough, but at last the girls began to go round his rooms, exclaiming at everything, admiring his pipe and umbrella racks, his buffalo horns and his quaint wooden kettle holder, until they happened to come upon his French novel, and, being unsophisticated colonial girls with a healthy ignorance of such literature, they wanted Flushington to tell them what it was all about. His presence of mind had gone long before, and this demand threw him into a violent perspiration. He could not invent, and he was painfully racking his brains to find some portion of the tale which would bear repetition, when there was another knock at the door. At this Flushington was perfectly dumb with horror. He prepared himself blankly for another aunt with a fresh relay of female cousins, or more old family servants who had washed him in his infancy, and he sat there cowering. But when the door opened a tall, fair-haired, good-looking young fellow, who from his costume had evidently just come up from the tennis court, came bursting in impulsively. "Oh, I say," he began, "have you heard, have you seen?" "Oh, beg pardon, didn't see, you know," he added, as he noticed the extraordinary fact that Flushington had people up. "Oh, let me introduce you," said Flushington, with a vague idea that this was the proper thing to do. "Mr. Lushington, Mrs. No, I don't know her name, my aunt, my cousins." The young man, who had just been about to retire, bowed and stared with a sudden surprise. "Do you know," he said slowly to the other, "I rather think that's my aunt." I'm afraid not," whispered Flushington. "She seems quite sure she's mine." "Well, I've got an aunt and cousins I've never seen before coming up today," said the newcomer, "and yours is uncommonly like the portrait of mine. If they belong to you, do take them away," said Flushington feebly. "I don't think I can keep up much longer." "What are you whispering about, Fred?" cried the aunt. "Is it something we are not to know?" "He says he thinks there's been a mistake, and you're not my aunt," explained Flushington. "Oh, does he?" she said, drawing herself up indignantly. "And what does he know about it?" "I didn't catch his name. Who is he?" "Fred Lushington," he said, "that's my name." "And who are you, if he's Fred Lushington?" she inquired, turning upon the unfortunate owner of the rooms. "I'm Frederick Flushington," he stammered. "I'm sorry, but I can't help it." "Then you're not my nephew at all, sir," cried the aunt. "Thank you very much," said Flushington gratefully. "You see," her real nephew was explaining to her, "there isn't much light on the staircase, and you must have thought his name over the door was F. Flushington, so in you went, you know. The porter told me you'd been asking for me, so I looked in here to see whether you had been heard of, and here you are." "But why didn't he tell me?" she said, for she was naturally annoyed to find that she had been pouring out all her pent-up affection over a perfect stranger, and she even had a dim idea that she had put herself in rather a ridiculous position, which of course made her feel very angry with Flushington. Why couldn't he explain before matters had gone on so far? "How was I to know?" pleaded Flushington. "I dare say I have aunts in Australia, and you said you were one of them." "But you asked after Uncle Samuel," she said accusingly. "You must have had some object, I cannot say what, in encouraging my mistake. Oh, I'm sure of it." "You told me to ask after him," said the unhappy Flushington. "I thought it was all right. What else was I to do?" The cousins were whispering and laughing together all this time and regarding their new cousin with shy admiration, very different from the manner in which they had looked at poor Flushington, and the old nurse, too, was overjoyed and declared that she felt sure from the first that her master Frederick had not turned out so undersized as him, meaning Flushington. Yes, said Lushington hastily, "quite a mistake on both sides. Quite sure Flushington isn't the man to go and intercept any fellow's aunt. I wouldn't have done it for worlds, if I had known," he protested very sincerely. "Well," she said, a little mollified, I am very sorry we've all disturbed you like this, Mr. Flushington. The unlucky man said something about not minding it now, and now, Fred, perhaps you will show us the way to the right rooms. Come along, then, said he, I'll run down and tell them to send up some lunch. They did not explain that they had lunched already. You come, too, Flushington, and then after lunch you and I will row the ladies up to Byron's pool. Yes, do come, Mr. Flushington, the ladies said kindly. But Flushington wriggled out of it. To begin with, he did not consider he knew his neighbor sufficiently well. Besides, he had had enough of female society for one day. Indeed, long after that, he would be careful in fastening his door about luncheon time, and if he saw any person in Cambridge who looked as if she might by any possibility turn out to be a relation, he would flee down a back street. The silhouettes by a tequila couch, the small round gentleman who had come all the way to Gantic village from the extreme south of France, and had blown his flageolet all day in Gantic Street without exciting its population in the least, was disgusted. Toward dusk he crossed the stile which divides Sanctuary Lane from the churchyard and pausing, with a leg on each side of the bar, shook his fist back at the village, which lay below, its grey roofs and red chimneys just distinguishable here and there, between a foamy sea of apple blossom and a haze of bluish smoke. He could not very well shake its dust off his feet, for this was hardly separable from the dust of many other places on his boots, and also it was mostly mud. But his gesture betokened extreme malevolence. These Cornishmen, he said, are pigs all. There is not a Cornishman that is not a big pig. He lifted the second leg wearily over the bar. As for art, fit. Moreover, they shut up their churches. This was really a serious matter, for he had not a penny piece in his pocket. The last had gone to buy a loaf, and there was no lodging to be had in the village. The month was April, a bad time to sleep in the open, and though the night drew in tranquilly upon a day of broad sunshine, the earth had by no means sucked in the late heavy rains. The church porch, however, had a broad bench on either side and faced the south, away from the prevailing wind. He had made a mental note of this early in the day, being schooled to anticipate such straits as the present. As he passed up the narrow path between the graves, with a gait like a limping hare's, he scanned his surroundings carefully. The churchyard was narrow and surrounded by a high grey wall, mostly hidden by an inner belt of well-grown cypresses. At one point the ranks of these trees were broken for some 40 feet, and here the back of a small dwelling house abutted on the cemetery. There was one window only in the yellow-washed wall, and this window looked straight on the church porch. The flageolet player regarded it with suspicion, but the casement was shut and the blind drawn down. The aspect of the cottage, too, proclaimed that its inhabitants were very poor folk, not at all the sort to tell tales upon a casual tramp if they spied him bivouacking upon holy ground. He limped into the porch and cast off the blue bag that was strapped upon his shoulders. Out of it he drew a sheep's wool cape, worn very thin, and then turned the bag inside out, on the chance of discovering a forgotten crust. The search disappointed him, but he took it calmly, being on the whole a sweet-tempered man and not easily angered, except by an affront to his vanity. His violent indignation against the people of Gantic arose from their indifference to his playing. Had they even run out at their doors to listen and stare, he would not have minded their stinginess. He that cannot eat had best sleep. The little man passed the flat of his hand, in the dusky light, over the two benches, and having chosen the one with fewest asperities on its surface, tossed his bag and flageolet upon the other, pulled off his boots, folded his cape to make a pillow, and stretched himself at length. In less than 10 minutes he was sleeping dreamlessly. Over his head there hung a board containing a list or two of the parish ratepayers, and the usual notice of the spring training of the Royal Cornwall Rangers militia. This last placard had broken from 2 of its fastenings, and, toward midnight was rustled by an eddy of the light wind so loudly as to wake the sleeper. He sat upright and lowered his bare feet upon the pavement. Outside, the blue firmament was full of stars, sparkling unevenly, as though the wind was trying in sport to extinguish them. In the eaves of the porch he could hear the martins rustling in the crevices that they had come back, but a few days since, to warm again. But what drew the man to the entrance was the window in the cottage over the wall. The lattice was pushed back and the room inside was brightly lit. But a white sheet had been stretched right across the window between him and the lamp. And on this sheet 2 quick hands were waving all kinds of clever shadows, shaping them, moving them and reshaping them with the speed of lightning. It was certainly a remarkable performance. The shadows took the form of rabbits, swans, foxes, elephants, fairies, sailors with wooden legs, old women who smoked pipes, ballet girls who pirouetted, twirling harlequins and the profiles of eminent statesmen, and all made with 2 hands and, at the most, the help of a tiny stick or piece of string. They danced and capered, grew large and then small, with such odd turns and changes that the flageolet player could hardly hold his laughter. He remarked that the hands, whenever they were disentwined for a moment, appeared to be very small and plump. After about 10 minutes the display ceased and the shadow of a woman's head and neck crossed the sheet, which was presently drawn back at one corner. "Is that any better?" asked a woman's voice, low but distinct. The flageolet player started and bent his eyes lower across the graves and into the shadow beneath the window. For the first time he grew aware that a figure stood there, a little way out from the wall. As well as he could see, it was a young boy. "That was beautiful, Mother. You can't think how you've improved at it this week. Any mistakes?" The Harlequin and Columbine seemed a little stiff, but that's the hardest of all, I know. Never mind, they've got to be perfect. We'll try them again. She was about to drop the corner of the sheet when the listener sprang out toward the window, leaping with bare feet over the graves and waving his flageolet madly. "Ah, no, no, madam," he cried. "Wait one moment, the tiniest, and I shall inspire you." Whoever is that? Cried the voice at the window, rising almost to a scream. The youth beneath the wall faced round on the intruder. He had turned white and wanted to run, but mastered his voice to inquire gruffly, "Who the devil are you?" I am an artist, and as such I salute Madame and Monsieur, her son. She is greater artist than I, but I shall help her. Her Harlequin and Columbine shall dance better this time. Why? Because they shall dance to my music, the music that I shall make, here, on this spot, under the stars. I shall play as if possessed, I feel that. I bet you. It is because I have found an artist in Gantic. Oh, my good Lord. He had pulled off his greasy hat, and stood bowing and smiling, showing his white teeth, and holding up his flageolet for the woman to see and convince herself. "That's all very well," said the boy, "but my mother doesn't want it known yet that she practices at these shadows." "Ha! It is perhaps forbidden by law." "Since you have found us out, sir," said the woman, "I will tell you why we are behaving like this, and trust you to tell nobody. I have been left a widow, in great poverty and with this one son, who must be educated as well as his father was. 6 months ago, when sadly perplexed, I found out by chance that this small gift of mine might earn me a good income at a music hall. Richard, of course, doesn't like my performing at such places, but agrees with me that he must be educated. So we are hiding it from everybody in the village, because we have always been respected here, and, as soon as I have practiced enough, we mean to travel up to London. Of course I shall change my name, and nobody will." But the flageolet player sat suddenly down upon a grave and broke into hysterical laughter. "Oh, oh, oh! Quick, madam! Dance your pretty figures while yet I laugh and before I curse. O stars and planets, look down on this mad world and help me play. And, oh monsieur, pardon me if I laugh, for that either you or I are mad is a cocksure. Dance, madam." He put the flageolet to his lips and blew. In a moment or two Harlequin and Columbine appeared on the screen and began to caper nimbly, naturally, with the wildest grace. The tune was a merry reel and soon began to inspire the performer above. Her small dancers in a twinkling turned into a gambolling elephant, then to a couple of tripping fairies. A moment after, they were flower and butterfly, then a jigging donkey, then Harlequin and Columbine again. With each fantastic change the tune quickened and the dance grew wilder, till, tired out, the woman spread her hands wide against the sheet, as if imploring mercy. The player tossed his flageolet over a headstone and rolled back on the grave in a paroxysm of laughter. Above him the rooks had poured out of their nests and were calling to each other. "Monsieur," he gasped at last, sitting up and wiping his eyes, "was it good this time?" "It was quite different, I own." "Then could you spare from the house one little crust of bread? For I am famished." The youth returned, in a couple of minutes, with some bread and cold bacon. "Of course," he said, if you should meet either of us in the village tomorrow you will not recognize us." The little man bowed. "I agree," said he, "with your mother, monsieur, that you must be educated at all costs. My brother Henry by J. M. Barrie. Strictly speaking, I never had a brother Henry, and yet I cannot say that Henry was an impostor. He came into existence in a curious way, and I can think of him now without malice as a child of smoke. The first I heard of Henry was at Pettigrew's house, which is in a London suburb, so conveniently situated that I can go there and back in one day. I was testing some new cabanas, I remember, when Pettigrew remarked that he had been lunching with a man who knew my brother Henry. Not having any brother but Alexander, I felt that Pettigrew had mistaken the name. "Oh, no," Pettigrew said, "he spoke of Alexander too." Even this did not convince me, and I asked my host for his friend's name. Scudamore was the name of the man, and he had met my brothers Alexander and Henry years before in Paris. Then I remembered Scudamore, and I probably frowned, for I myself was my own brother Henry. I distinctly recalled Scudamore meeting Alexander and me in Paris, and calling me Henry, though my name begins with a J. I explained the mistake to Pettigrew, and here, for the time being, the matter rested. However, I had by no means heard the last of Henry. Several times afterward I heard from various persons that Scudamore wanted to meet me because he knew my brother Henry. At last we did meet, in Jimmy's chambers, and, almost as soon as he saw me, Scudamore asked where Henry was now. This was precisely what I feared. I am a man who always looks like a boy. There are few persons of my age in London who retain their boyish appearance as long as I have done. Indeed, this is the curse of my life. Though I am approaching the age of 30, I pass for 20, and I have observed old gentlemen frown at my precocity when I said a good thing or helped myself to a second glass of wine. There was, therefore, nothing surprising in Scudamore's remark, that, when he had the pleasure of meeting Henry, Henry must have been about the age that I had now reached. All would have been well had I explained the real state of affairs to this annoying man, but, unfortunately for myself, I loathe entering upon explanations to anybody about anything. This it is to smoke the Arcadia. When I ring for a timetable and William John brings coals instead, I accept the coals as a substitute. Much, then, did I dread a discussion with Scudamore, his surprise when he heard that I was Henry, and his comments on my youthful appearance. Besides, I was smoking the best of all mixtures. There was no likelihood of my meeting Scudamore again, so the easiest way to get rid of him seemed to be to humor him. I therefore told him that Henry was in India, married, and doing well. "Remember me to Henry when you write to him," was Scudamore's last remark to me that evening. A few weeks later someone tapped me on the shoulder in Oxford Street. It was Scudamore. "Heard from Henry?" he asked. I said I had heard by the last mail. "Anything particular in the letter?" I felt it would not do to say that there was nothing particular in a letter which had come all the way from India, so I hinted that Henry was having trouble with his wife. By this I meant that her health was bad, but he took it up in another way, and I did not set him right. Ah, he said, shaking his head sagaciously, I'm sorry to hear that. Poor Henry. Poor old boy, was all I could think of replying. How about the children? Skudamar asked. Oh, the children, I said, with what I thought presence of mind, are coming to England. To stay with Alexander, he asked. My answer was that Alexander was expecting them by the middle of next month, and eventually Skudamar went away muttering, Poor Henry. In a month or so we met again. No word of Henry's getting leave of absence, asked Skudamar. I replied shortly that Henry had gone to live in Bombay, and would not be home for years. He saw that I was brusque, so what does he do but draw me aside for a quiet explanation. I suppose he said, you are annoyed because I told Pettigrew that Henry's wife had run away from him. The fact is, I did it for your good. You see, I happened to make a remark to Pettigrew about your brother Henry, and he said that there was no such person. Of course I laughed at that, and pointed out not only that I had the pleasure of Henry's acquaintance, but that you and I had talked about the old fellow every time we met. Well, Pettigrew said, this is a most remarkable thing, for he, meaning you, said to me in this very room, sitting in that very chair, that Alexander was his only brother. I saw that Pettigrew resented your concealing the existence of your brother Henry from him, so I thought the most friendly thing I could do was to tell him that your reticence was doubtless due to the unhappy state of poor Henry's private affairs. Naturally, in the circumstances you did not want to talk about Henry. I shook Skudamar by the hand, telling him that he had acted judiciously, but if I could have stabbed him in the back at that moment I dare say I would have done it. I did not see Skudamar again for a long time, for I took care to keep out of his way, but I heard first from him and then of him. One day he wrote to me saying that his nephew was going to Bombay, and would I be so good as to give the youth an introduction to my brother Henry. He also asked me to dine with him and his nephew. I declined the dinner, but I sent the nephew the required note of introduction to Henry. The next I heard of Skudamar was from Pettigrew. By the way, said Pettigrew, Skudamar is in Edinburgh at present. I trembled, for Edinburgh is where Alexander lives. What has taken him there? I asked, with assumed carelessness. Pettigrew believed it was business, but he added, Skudamar asked me to tell you that he meant to call on Alexander, as he was anxious to see Henry's children. A few days afterward I had a telegram from Alexander, who generally uses this means of communication when he corresponds with me. Do you know a man, Skudamar? Reply was what Alexander said. I thought of answering that we had met a man of that name when we were in Paris, but after consideration, I replied boldly, no one of name of Skudamar. About 2 months ago I passed Skudamar in Regent Street, and he scowled at me. This I could have borne if there had been no more of Henry, but I knew that Skudama was now telling everybody about Henry's wife. By and by I got a letter from an old friend of Alexander's asking me if there was any truth in a report that Alexander was going to Bombay. Soon afterward Alexander wrote to me saying he had been told by several persons that I was going to Bombay. In short, I saw that the time had come for killing Henry. So I told Pettigrew that Henry had died of fever, deeply regretted, and asked him to be sure to tell Skudama, who had always been interested in the deceased's welfare. Pettigrew afterward told me that he had communicated the sad intelligence to Skudama. How did he take it? I asked. Well, Pettigrew said, reluctantly, he told me that when he was up in Edinburgh he did not get on well with Alexander. But he expressed great curiosity as to Henry's children. Ah, I said, the children were both drowned in the Forth, a sad affair, we can't bear to talk of it. I am not likely to see much of Skudama again, nor is Alexander. Skudama now goes about saying that Henry was the only one of us he really liked. Gilray's Flower Pot by J. M. Barrie. I charge Gilray's unreasonableness to his ignoble passion for cigarettes, and the story of his flower pot has therefore an obvious moral. The want of dignity he displayed about that flower pot, on his return to London, would have made anyone sorry for him. I had my own work to look after, and really could not be tending his chrysanthemum all day. After he came back, however, there was no reasoning with him, and I admit that I never did water his plant, though always intending to do so. The great mistake was in not leaving the flower pot in charge of William John. No doubt I readily promised to attend to it, but Gilray deceived me by speaking as if the watering of a plant was the merest pastime. He had to leave London for a short provincial tour, and, as I see now, took advantage of my good nature. As Gilray had owned his flower pot for several months, during which time, I take him at his word, he had watered it daily, he must have known he was misleading me. He said that you got into the way of watering a flower pot regularly just as you wind up your watch. That certainly is not the case. I always wind up my watch, and I never watered the flower pot. Of course, if I had been living in Gilray's rooms with the thing always before my eyes I might have done so. I proposed to take it into my chambers at the time, but he would not hear of that. Why? How Gilray came by this chrysanthemum I do not inquire, but whether, in the circumstances, he should not have made a clean breast of it to me is another matter. Undoubtedly it was an unusual thing to put a man to the trouble of watering a chrysanthemum daily without giving him its history. My own belief has always been that he got it in exchange for a pair of boots and his old dressing gown. He hints that it was a present, but, as one who knows him well, I may say that he is the last person a lady would be likely to give a chrysanthemum to. Besides, if he was so proud of the plant he should have stayed at home and watered it himself. He says that I never meant to water it, which is not only a mistake, but unkind. My plan was to run downstairs immediately after dinner every evening and give it a thorough watering. One thing or another, however, came in the way. I often remembered about the chrysanthemum while I was in the office, but even Gilray could hardly have expected me to ask leave of absence merely to run home and water his plant. You must draw the line somewhere, even in a government office. When I reached home I was tired, inclined to take things easily, and not at all in a proper condition for watering flower pots. Then Arcadians would drop in. I put it to any sensible man or woman, could I have been expected to give up my friends for the sake of a chrysanthemum? Again, it was my custom of an evening, if not disturbed, to retire with my pipe into my cane chair, and there pass the hours communing with great minds, or, when the mood was on me, trifling with a novel. Often when I was in the middle of a chapter Gilray's flower pot stood up before my eyes crying for water. He does not believe this, but it is the solemn truth. At those moments it was touch and go, whether I watered his chrysanthemum or not. Where I lost myself was in not hurrying to his rooms at once with a tumbler. I said to myself that I would go when I had finished my pipe, but by that time the flower pot has escaped my memory. This may have been weakness. All I know is that I should have saved myself much annoyance if I had risen and watered the chrysanthemum there and then. But would it not have been rather hard on me to have had to forsake my books for the sake of Gilray's flowers and flower pots and plants and things? What right has a man to go and make a garden of his chambers? All the 3 weeks he was away, Gilray kept pestering me with letters about his chrysanthemum. He seemed to have no faith in me, a detestable thing in a man who calls himself your friend. I had promised to water his flower pot, and between friends a promise is surely sufficient. It is not so, however, when Gilray is one of them. I soon hated the sight of my name in his handwriting. It was not as if he said outright that he wrote entirely to know whether I was watering his plant. His references to it were introduced with all the appearance of afterthoughts. Often they took the form of postscripts. By the way, are you watering my chrysanthemum? Or, the chrysanthemum ought to be a beauty by this time, or, you must be quite an adept now at watering plants. Gilray declares now that, in answer to one of these ingenious epistles, I wrote to him saying that I had just been watering his chrysanthemum. My belief is that I did no such thing, or, if I did, I meant to water it as soon as I had finished my letter. He has never been able to bring this home to me, he says, because he burned my correspondence. As if a businessman would destroy such a letter. It was yet more annoying when Gilray took to postcards. To hear the postman's knock and then discover, when you are expecting an important communication, that it is only a postcard about a flower pot, that is really too bad. And then I consider that some of the postcards bordered upon insult. One of them said, "What about chrysanthemum? Reply at once." This was just like Gilray's overbearing way, but I answered politely, and so far as I knew, truthfully, chrysanthemum all right. Knowing that there was no explaining things to Gilray, I redoubled my exertions to water his flower pot as the day for his return drew near. Once, indeed, when I rang for water, I could not for the life of me remember what I wanted it for when it was brought. Had I had any forethought, I should have left the tumbler stand just as it was to show it to Gilray on his return. But, unfortunately, William John had misunderstood what I wanted the water for, and put a decanter down beside it. Another time I was actually on the stair rushing to Gilray's door, when I met the housekeeper, and, stopping to talk to her, lost my opportunity again. To show how honestly anxious I was to fulfill my promise, I need only add that I was several times awakened in the watches of the night by a haunting consciousness that I had forgotten to water Gilray's flower pot. On these occasions I spared no trouble to remember again in the morning. I reached out of bed to a chair and turned it upside down, so that the sight of it when I rose might remind me that I had something to do. With the same object I crossed the tongs and poker on the floor. Gilray maintains that instead of playing fool's tricks like these, fool's tricks, I should have got up and gone at once to his rooms with my water bottle. What? And disturbed my neighbors. Besides, could I reasonably be expected to risk catching my death of cold for the sake of a wretched chrysanthemum? One reads of men doing such things for young ladies who seek lilies in dangerous ponds or edelweiss on overhanging cliffs. But Gilray was not my sweetheart, nor, I feel certain, any other person's. I come now to the day prior to Gilray's return. I had just reached the office when I remembered about the chrysanthemum. It was my last chance. If I watered it once, I should be in a position to state that, whatever condition it might be in, I had certainly been watering it. I jumped into a hansom, told the cabby to drive to the inn, and 20 minutes afterward had one hand on Gilray's door, while the other held the largest water can in the house. Opening the door, I rushed in. The can nearly fell from my hand. There was no flower pot. I rang the bell. "Mr. Gilray's chrysanthemum," I cried. "What do you think William John said? He coolly told me that the plant was dead, and had been flung out days ago. I went to the theatre that night to keep myself from thinking. All next day I contrived to remain out of Gilray's sight. When we met he was stiff and polite. He did not say a word about the chrysanthemum for a week, and then it all came out with a rush. I let him talk. With the servants flinging out the flower pots faster than I could water them, what more could I have done? A coolness between us was inevitable. This I regretted, but my mind was made up on one point: I would never do Gilray a favour again. Mr. O'Leary's Second Love by Charles Lever. You may easily suppose, began Mr. O'Leary, that the unhappy termination of my first passion served as a shield to me for a long time against my unfortunate tendencies toward the fair, and such was really the case. I never spoke to a young lady for 3 years after, without a reeling in my head, so associated in my mind was love and seasickness. However, at last, what will not time do? It was about 4 years from the date of this adventure, when I became so oblivious of my former failure, as again to tempt my fortune. My present choice, in every way unlike the last, was a gay, lively girl, of great animal spirits, and a considerable turn for raillery, that spared no one. The members of her own family were not even sacred in her eyes, and her father, a reverend dean, as frequently figured among the ludicrous as his neighbors. The Evershams had been very old friends of a rich aunt of mine, who never, by the by, had condescended to notice me till I made their acquaintance, but no sooner had I done so, than she sent for me, and gave me to understand that in the event of my succeeding to the hand of Fanny Eversham, I should be her heir and the possessor of about £60,000. She did not stop here, but by canvassing the Dean in my favour, speedily put the matter on a most favourable footing, and in less than 2 months I was received as the accepted suitor of the fair Fanny, then one of the reigning belles of Dublin. They lived at this time, about 3 miles from town, in a very pretty country, where I used to pass all my mornings, and many of my evenings, too, in a state of happiness that I should have considered perfect, if it were not for 2 unhappy blots. 1. The taste of my betrothed for laughing at her friends. Another, the diabolical propensity of my intended father-in-law to talk politics. To the former I could submit, but with the latter submission only made bad worse, for he invariably drew up. As I receded, dryly observing that with men who had no avowed opinions, it was ill agreeing, or that, with persons who kept their politics as a schoolboy does his pocket money, never to spend, and always ready to change, it was unpleasant to dispute. Such taunts as these I submitted to, as well I might, secretly resolving, that as I now knew the meaning of Whig and Tory, I'd contrive to spend my life, after marriage, out of the worthy Dean's diocese. Time wore on, and at length, to my most pressing solicitations it was conceded that a day for our marriage should be appointed. Not even the unlucky termination of this my second love can deprive me of